Lisa. Kitchen Tales is a book that combines recipes and stories that had mild popularity but seemed to disappear from online marketplaces in 1992. You found a scan of one story on a website that demonstrates how to bake the plated loaf. For years, two bakers, Flora and Yates, flirted. They grew their friendship, compared recipes, and combined knowledge. She loved his salt and pepper beard. He adored her rosemary cheeks. They fought sweetly about one another, but he was one day whisked away, conscripted to bake the army's bread. By the oil of the lamp, Flora's tears began to salt her bread. The recipe asks the reader to combine flour, yeast, sugar, olive oil, and rosemary, combine the salt and water together, and add to the mixture and whisk until the dough begins to form. Okay, so this is just a recipe from the book. This doesn't seem important, but I am going to read it. It was 10 to 12 years later that they met again, seemingly by fate. Flora's unique dough had earned her a position as the king's personal baker. Yates had found success as well. He baked for the kingdom's 45 diplomats. One day they returned from the Dutch Isles with a gift, 450 unbaked loaves, and were sent to the palace bakery to teach a method that required no netting. Allow the dough to proof for 10 to 12 hours. Then spread it out and let sit for over 45 minutes on a floured baking sheet with no kneading. Next, prepare a Dutch oven preheated to 450. Upon seeing Yates, Flora was both delighted and distraught. She felt as if she was torn in two. She had not been made aware of the gift and had already prepared buns for the palace ovens. She wished to greet Yates warmly, but was struck by fears that he'd be unable to bake with her, that she'd face retribution for being unprepared. She cried to Yates, adding more salt to her dough. Cut the dough into 2 equal pieces and lightly sprinkle salt across the top of only one of them. Yates eased her pain. He insisted she had no obligation to prepare for a return she thought impossible, but he shared her fear of retribution. He knew if they did not solve her predicament, they'd miss their final chance to bake together. In the end, instead of wallowing in the present, they worked together to shape the future. They twisted and entwined their doughs and baked them as one. Thus was born the plated loaf. Word quickly spread of this new delight. The king's decree on royal parchment was that it would be considered a delicacy. Roll and twist the pieces to entwine them, then take the twist and wrap around the inside of the Dutch oven, atop parchment from outside inward to make a spiral. Bankrolled by the king, Flora and Yates spent their days baking together. They traveled for 45 years, then settled down for 15 more. Their souls were golden, with no regrets. Lastly, bake for 45 minutes, remove lid, and observe until crust is golden brown, which could take up to 15 minutes. Alright. Not useful. Okay. Where was I? On the web. Okay. Alright. Alright. Alright, that's definitely correct. I don't know Regina's former last name. dear. Alright, back to reading. Alright. Company Records, number 34. Alright. Company Records 1975. You were given some partial staff records to cross-reference by Sam Madsen. These records are based on old tax mailing information, only detail the employees that work directly for Roottree or in their corporate office. The many laborers on their farms and in their factories are not listed. You're not sure how helpful it will be, except for cross-referencing guys, secretaries, and visits overseas. Spider searching people just because they're listening to these books will likely be very time-consuming and waste your time. Leadership: Zach Morden. Special Management: Ernest Madsen Jr. Office Staff: Edward Roottree, Lloyd Carpenter, Carl Monroe, Elizabeth Cravensworth. Okay. Significant. Shit. Who the hell was Elizabeth? Is that the other Elizabeth? Yeah. The Elizabeth is Elizabeth Cravensworth, I think. Alright, search. I search Antonelli's. I got a whole thing on it. Ronald Roottree and Robert Roottree didn't gleam very much. So still do those. I think I looked up Cicely Sanchez. That got me a Ruby Sprat. Well, I guess I should look into that a bit more. Alright, well, that's here. Yeah, that's all here. I looked this all up and I just put it down here. Then I was just listing stuff. I'll just put Cicely, because I'm not sure if this is important, but I want to jot this all down. Jot these down. How do I move your position again? Reorder notes, that's how. There you go. That's how. There's a button. Alright. Alright. Elizabeth Cravensworth. Lloyd Carpenter. I don't know if I get Edward Roottree is worth searching. Well, I only think that Elizabeth Cravensworth is worth searching, but regardless, you know. What the hell was your name? Joanna. If there's a Joanna on staff, that would be huge. Eli C. Roottree, Fred Cross, Albert Cross, Douglas Rosenberg, Secretaries Juliet McCullen, Joanna Robertson. Boom. Doris Mays, Beth Knox, 5Ps. What's her last name? Check this out. Riley Fellows and Joanna Robertson. Boom. Farm and Manufacturing, Samantha Madsen, John Miller, Elizabeth Farrow, Thomas Green, Fred Gleason, Stuart Todd, Sam Harmon, Robert Logan, Michael Crane, Jack Keatings. Major expenses, none. Okay. In 1977, it was announced that Zach would be retiring and Guy would be taking over. At the start of 1978, they held a retirement party in November before spending the final month working on the transition. During 1976 and 1977, the following changes took place. Leadership. Guy Hudson has replaced Ernest Madsen Jr. as special management. Office staff. Patrick Decker was hired. Product management. 1976. Eli C. Roottree is no longer employed by Roottree. 1977. Ernest Madsen Jr. is now listed under product management. Secretaries. Christine Farrow was hired. 1976. Joanna Robertson is no longer listed among the secretaries, but a Joanna Fellows has been added to the list. Joanna Fellows and Beth Knox are no longer employed by Roottree. Christine Farrow is no longer listed amongst the secretaries, but a Christine Garland has been hired. Okay. Christine Farrow, Beth Knox, Christine Garland. Is there a Garland on this list? It's a lot of names. There might be a Garland somewhere around here. I don't think so. Never mind, here we are. That's exactly what I was looking for. Christine Farrow. There we go. And I don't have a picture of you, but I'll have to find one. But we got that for sure. John Miller is no longer employed by Roottree. Gwyneth Madsen was hired. Beth Knox, 50-year work anniversary bonus, $50,000. Zach Morden retirement party, $20,000. Okay. Well, with that, let me do some sniffing. Christine Farrow. Christine Garland. Beth Knox. Okay. Go to the Butler County Times. Christine Farrow. Christine Garland. Ah, yeah, that was you. Yeah, that was you. Searched up just about everything I could for you. Still don't have a picture of you. In 1978, Guy Hudson took over. This began a particularly volatile period in the company's staffing. Many travel expenses were listed, and Guy began trying to develop new 5-piece flavors. The following changes were recorded. Guy Hudson replaces Zachariah Morden. Edward Roottree, Elizabeth Cravensworth, and Lloyd Carpenter are no longer employed by Roottree. 1979. Raffertoons is now listed as office staff. 1979. Product management. Albert Cross and Fred Cross are no longer employed by Roottree. Let me put down Albert Cross, Red Cross. I don't know if they'll be relevant, but you know there. Secretaries. Christine Garland is no longer working for Roottreemania. Beatrice Watts and Corinne Schwartz were hired. Secretaries. Beatrice Watts, Corinne Schwartz, Juliet McCullen, Doris Mays, Lisa Lewis, Valerie Ewing. Farm and manufacturing. Thomas Green, Michael Crane, Elizabeth Farrow, and Jack Keatings are no longer employed by Roottreemania. Elizabeth Farrow. Oh. Huh. Why are there two Elizabeths, man? Oh god. Oh god. What do I, okay, just put it down on rumors. Elizabeth Farrow. Quits in 1978. Worked in farm and manufacturing. I don't know which Elizabeth that is. Emily Seinfeld and Sam Cattrall were hired. Robert Logan is no longer employed by Roottreemania. William Sams was hired. Special Services Interpreter. Susan Ford was hired under a special category that only existed for 1 year. Susan Ford. Interpreter. Major expenses: 1978 presidential office refurbishments, 52,000. 5 pieces flavored development caviar, $10,000 a month. Edward Roottreemania retirement party, 7,500. Christmas tree bash, 7,500. New Year's Eve ball, 7,500. Travel expenses: Australia, China, France, Brazil, 190,000. 5 pieces flavor department butterscotch, $10,000 a month. 5 pieces flavor department development caviar, $10,000 a month. That's listed. Okay, it's for 2 years. That's fair. 4th of July spectacular, New Year's Eve ball. Holy shit! This guy blew through money. Expenses. Let's see if we can. Edward Roottreemania retirement party, Christmas tree bash, New Year's Eve ball, Travel expenses, Australia, China, France, Brazil. The fucking seed that went around the world. Jesus Christ. 4th of July, spectacular New Year's Eve ball. I know New Year's Eve ball is twice, but it's 2 different years. Alright. The volatility continued. Many new employees didn't tend to stick around very long. The following changes were recorded. Terry O'Connor was hired. Susan Ford has been moved to office staff. We'll throw you down. Douglas Rosenberg is no longer employed by Roottreemania. Edward Morrison and Robert Andrews were hired. Edward Morrison is no longer employed by Roottreemania. Edward Morrison, It's weird. Corrine Schwartz and Beatrice Watts are no longer employed by Roottreemania. Linda Lewis and Angela Ingram were hired. Linda Lewis, Angela Ingram. Lisa Lewis and Valerie Ewing are no longer employed by Roottreemania. Oh god, these are secretaries. Secretary jump scare. Catherine Garrett was hired. Catherine Garrett was hired. Okay. Farm manufacturing. William Sams is no longer employed by Roottreemania. Emily Seinfeld is no longer employed, but an Emily Barnes is now listed. Gwyneth Madsen is no longer employed, but a Gwyneth Cottrell is now listed. Susan Ford no longer works in this department. 5 pieces of flavored development strawberry. 5 pieces of flavored development Zigua? The fuck? Zigua is the Chinese word for watermelon. Okay. So they developed the watermelon flavor in China. They developed the watermelon flavor in China called Zigua. Butterscotch, 5 pieces of flavored department caviar, New Year's Eve bell, 4th of July spectacular, Christmas tree bash. There's caviar, Grandorf Dove donation. Oh, that's gonna be a scandal. Grandorf Dove donation. 250,000. That's gonna be scandalous. Guy Hudson died in May of 1982, so the first few months of that year continued along the same pattern as they had been. Things quickly changed when Ernie took over. Most of the extraneous expenses ended, and all of the secretaries, most handpicked by Guy Hudson, were let go. Sam Madsen left Roottreemania in 1984, so this is the last set of books you have access to. Following changes were recorded. Leadership: Ernest Madsen Jr. replaces Guy Hudson. Carl Roottreemania joins as special management. Susan Ford is no longer employed by Roottreemania. No change, no change. Ernest Madsen Jr. no longer works in this department. Douglas Rosenberg was rehired. Okay. Put you down on search. Secretaries Angela Ingram, Linda Lewis, and Catherine Garrett are no longer employed by Roottree. Was Catherine Garrett named something else? Hold on. Maybe. Okay. From here on out, no secretaries are directly employed by Roottree. Roottree instead uses a temp agency called Work Time Temp. Uses Work Time Temp. Post 1982. Victor Logan was hired. Stuart Todd is no longer employed by Roottree. Amy Sutton was hired. Sam Madsen is no longer employed by Roottree. Major expenses: 5 pieces flavor development. Sugar plum canceled after 5 months. 5 pieces flavor development. Strawberry canceled after 5 months. Sigua canceled after 5 months. Butterscotch canceled after 5 months. Caviar canceled after 5 months. New Year's Eve ball. Fred Gleason 50-year work anniversary bonus. Is Fred Gleason on here? Let's get him on here. Fred Gleason. That's not how you spell Gleason. Amy Sutton. Victor Logan. I don't think I'll get much for any of them, but you know, go after it. Root clothing reimbursement, Carl Roottree. $1 million. Jesus. Alright. Well, that was helpful. Off to the internet. Now, what do I want to go down first? I guess we'll go to secretaries. So, Joanna Robertson, boom. Then, Christine Farrow, boom. They're not listed. Okay. A lot of people. A lot of people. What is Work Time Temp? Work Time Temp is a company with many offices all over the United States. The Roottree Candy Company is listed on their site as one of the companies they do business with, though it's far from the only one you recognize. As far as you can tell, there's no connection between Work Time Temp and anyone related to research. Catherine. Didn't think so. Beatrice Watts. Okay. The Collins is familiar. Juliet McCollum. Okay. Probably not gonna get anywhere by just searching their names. I gotta go to the local source. let's just check the folks on Butler County Times. Beatrice wants. Okay. Corinne Schwartz. Corinne Schwartz resides in Pennsylvania, though it appears she lives beyond the Butler County limits. After she was named in a national tabloid, people have come to her place of work and have accused her of being a non-mom. Okay. Corinne Schwartz is a non-mom? Question mark. The article explains that it's impossible for her to be a non-mom because her only child is still in middle school. Unless her son's gestation period was approximately 10 years, it doesn't appear like Corinne could have been involved in any of the potential affairs on your tree. Is it probably not a non-mom? It's not impossible. Not impossible. Pretty unlikely though. Pretty unlikely. Right. Juliet McCollum. Doris Mays. Lisa Lewis. Valerie Ewing. Linda Lewis. Angela Ingram. Catherine Garrett. Okay. Work time. Alright, so some of these people guy shagged, for sure. But I don't think it could have been Linda Lewis or Angela Ingram. Okay. Alright, where do I go from here? Yeah, let's just search Anonymom. Anonymom was the second high-profile case after fearful lows of a potential new Rootree being added to the Clanset Trust. Instead of claiming herself a Rootree, however, she claimed she slept with Guy Hudson and that her daughter was a Rootree. The accusation came during the height of Roottreemania and began with a brief TV interview. She appeared in the shadows with a disguised voice and promoted an article about herself in News Time. In the TV interview and the article, she referred to her daughter as Jane Doe Rootree. The name Anonymom was not self-inflicted. It seemed to spring up organically because nobody knew how else to refer to her. The day after the News Time article, Sam Madsen publicly supported Anonymom due to some parts of the story she found particularly credible. With the momentum from Sam's endorsement, Anonymom went on a media blitz. Ultimately, this backfired. As more details came out, people became skeptical of her story due to the extreme similarity of the 5 Ps. Her accusation even included many of the same details of his mother's story. That included her job, secretary in the time period, late 70s. After fumbling the 5B story so publicly, the Rootrees were more prepared to handle all Clanset Trust-related cases. Within a week, a DNA test proved that Anonymom's daughter could not be related to the Rootrees. This was announced at a joint press conference with lawyers representing both Anonymom and the Rootrees. Each party ensured their respective clients provided accurate samples immediately after the negative results were released. Many of those who had already been skeptical felt vindicated. Others who had built up hope that history could repeat itself after 5 Ps felt duped. Many people suspected the whole affair had been a hoax to gain fame and money. Many demanded that Anonymom be held accountable, and some people even began to attempt to track down her true identity. Yeah, 5 Ps is, this friendly fellow. The Roottreemania company felt pressured to put out a second statement to try to curb some of the backlash, even going so far as to say, though it was scientifically proven that Jane Doe Roottreemania is not a Roottreemania, this doesn't mean that her mother and Guy Hudson were not involved in an affair. She had every right to make her claim, as it has been verified that her stories about Guy Hudson were not exaggerations. Please leave their family alone. For sure, Guy was fucking them. For sure. Many people claim this high-profile anticlimax and public backlash was the beginning of the end for Roottreemania. Since much of the fun was the shared fascination about secret Roottrees, others think that, like any fad, it just ran its course naturally. Regardless, this was the final notable event related to the release of 6 pieces, and things soon went back to normal. Jane Doe Roottreemania has already been eliminated as a potential new Roottreemania, but the company's lawyers, who are the ones verifying your work, and Anonymous affair does not appear on your updated Roottreemania. Updated tree, rather. Yeah, it's a crazy public statement to say, hey, old president probably fucked her, for sure, but they didn't get pregnant off him. So they ain't in the trust. Alright, anything on Jane Doe Roottreemania specifically? No. Okay. But I can go to more local source. An anonymous woman appeared on the cover of Newstime holding a picture of her daughter Jane Doe Roottreemania, the first and only mention of the phrase anonymous in Newstime came the week after, when they issued an apology for featuring her in the first place. A summary of the initial cover article has been added to your evidence. Here we go again, another claim to the famous name. It was determined through a DNA test that Anonymous' daughter was not a Roottreemania. This article, which did refer to her daughter as Jane Doe Roottreemania but did not coin the phrase Anonymous, came before all that, right around the time of her first TV interview. This is a summary. An anonymous woman appeared on the cover of Newstime shortly after 5Ps was confirmed to be a member of the Roottreemania family in an homage. I always stumble. To the previous cover, she holds a photo of her daughter. Unlike 5P, she wished to remain anonymous, and both photos were obscured. The anonymous woman claimed to have had an affair with Guy Hudson while she was working as his secretary. She and another woman were hired at the same time during a transition period, while many of the secretaries that had worked under Zach Morton were already gone. She says that she and the other woman were both underqualified, as neither had typewriter experience. How easy it used to be to get a job. you just type. According to other staff members interviewed, Guy had his own requirements for hiring women. The old Akiyama test. Guy Hudson liked to throw lavish parties, and the longer he was president, the more excuses he found. The anonymous woman posits that these parties mostly seem to be an excuse to have after parties at Guy's home, featuring much more alcohol and other substances. She claims she slept with him at one of these after parties. She confronted Guy when she found out she was pregnant. Guy didn't seem fazed, and they came to an arrangement. He paid her a sufficient amount of hush money on a recurring basis under the table. She used it to move away and start a new life with her daughter. When Guy died, the money stopped coming, and she assumed things had run their course. She went back to work at the department store and hoped that nobody would ever look too closely at how she paid for her house. She told everyone that her daughter's father walked out one day and never came back. She claimed that after seeing the fantastic article in Newstime, she realized that she wasn't the only one this happened to. While she never worked at the Roottreemania company at the same time as 5P's mother, Joanna, their stories seemed eerily similar, and she knew Joanna was telling the truth right away. The article presented no tangible evidence of the anonymous woman's time at Roottreemania, and all of the payments were allegedly made in cash. However, using details that she provided to Newstime, the reporters were able to reach out to the other woman hired at the same time, who also remained anonymous. They successfully fact-checked the timeline of both women and confirmed the existence of the infamous after-parties. 5P's case was strengthened, and this news story was subsequently published. Okay, so when Anonymous, who is Corey Schwartz? Or are they not anonymous? Why did I write that? Hold up. Run that back. She's being a mom because her only child is still in middle school. Okay, she's not a non-mom. So when was a non-mom hired? There, when I guess we gotta. When was a non-mom hired? How can I find that? Let's check the records. Alright, secretaries. Juliet McCullen, Joanna Robertson, Doris Mays, Beth Knox. Okay. And you say... hired at the same time. Okay, so not impossible you were hired back then, but... No, you would have had to been hired under... when Guy was working. Or top dog, rather. Okay, so now he's top dog. Christine Farrell was hired. Joanna Fellows and Beth Knox are no longer employed by Roottreemania. Christine Farrell is no longer listed amongst the secretaries, but Christine Garland has been hired. Okay. So only Christine Farrell was hired. And that would have been before Guy Hudson even took over, so... Which doesn't mean, you know, Christine couldn't have gone crazy in the beds. Secretaries, Christine Guy is no longer working for Roottreemania. Beatrice Watts and Corrine Schwartz were hired. Alright, so if Corrine Schwartz isn't a non-mom, that's not what I wanted. I don't need a damn hint. Beatrice Watts is a non-mom? If they were hired at the same time and they reached out to Corrine Schwartz, but they weren't them. It could be. Lisa Lewis and Valerie Ewing were hired. A non-mom potential list. Beatrice Watts, Lisa Lewis, Valerie Ewing. Who else was hired? Corrine Schwartz and Beatrice Watts are no longer employed. Linda Lewis and Angela Ingram were hired. $1981. Yeah. Linda Lewis, Angela Ingram. potential they could be as well. Catherine Garrett was hired back. Weird. Yeah, you died in 1982. And Angela, Linda Lewis, and Catherine Garrett. Catherine Garrett got hired as well. Okay. Alright. What I do know, Anonymom is blonde. Yeah, you have blonde hair. She has orange hair. Unlucky. I think I kind of searched all I can for Anonymom. Piketty is not afraid to expose details that other publications would. Shortly after the announcement that Jane Doe Roottreemania was not a Roottreemania, Piketty exposed personal details about the story of Anonymom under the headline Anonymom the Anonicon. They said Anonymom worked as a manager at a department store in North Carolina and her daughter's name was Courtney May. Fucking hell. Anonymom worked as a manager at a department store in North Carolina. Daughter's name is Courtney May. They also said that the woman that vouched for her famous cover story, they didn't identify news time, perhaps to avoid being sued, is named Corinne S., and that she had filed for bankruptcy. Okay, so that means Beatrice Watts is Anonymom. Boom. Beatrice Watts is Anonymom. Boom. Beatrice Watts is Anonymom. I'm gonna just jot that down twice because it's key. The article speculates that Anonymom and Corinne were in on it together, and even speculates that they might have been lovers. Wait a minute. What? They might be fucking? They might be gay for each other? Piketty is not a credible publication. Their information wasn't particularly actionable. Very few people seem to notice or care. Alright. Beatrice Watts. Alright. Well, now we know who Anonymom is. Okay. So Beatrice Watts, not on tree. Corinne Schwartz? Now Corinne Schwartz, they didn't make any claims, so they probably are not on tree. They're probably not on a tree. Now the rest of them, I think it's fair game. Let me see if I can. Yeah, Christina Farrow. Okay, let me put. Christine Farrow on tree. Joanna Robertson on tree. Okay. Christine Garland, no longer working. Okay. Beatrice Watts and Corinne Schwartz were hired. Beatrice Watts, we know is not on the tree. Corinne might be on the tree. Juliet McCullen and Doris Mays are no longer employed by Roottreemania. Okay, they worked before Guy. Worked before Guy. So it's not impossible that, you know, he did anything with them. Lisa Lewis and Valerie Ewings. Hired by Guy. Hired by Guy. Hired by Guy. Valerie. Hired by Guy. Then 81, Lisa and Valerie were let go of. Catherine Garrett was hired. Catherine Garrett's hired by Guy. Okay. A lot of names to work with. Angela Ingram, Linda Lewis, and Catherine Garrett are no longer employed by Roottreemania. Was Doris Mays ever fired? Yeah, Doris May's either fired or quit. Okay. Okay. Alright. So Lisa Lewis is presumably related to Linda Lewis. Angela Ingrid. Oh. Catherine Garrett. Nope. That's not what I wanted. There you go. Beatrice Watts is blonde. Alright, so who could... Can I get a photo of Pharaoh? Maybe I can get it at one of the parties. Maybe I can search one of the parties. Expenses. Edward. Okay, what's the big title? Boom. Yeah, boom. 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 Nope, nothing. Okay. Or maybe on Business Watch. Nope, nothing. Right. Christmas tree bash. Boom. Nope. Boom. Eve Ball. Australia, China, France, Brazil. Bro is Mr. Worldwide. Fourth of July spectacular. Grandorf Dove. What the hell is Grandorf Dove? Grandorf School for the Deaf, formerly Grandorf Dove, is located about an hour from where the Roottreemania offices used to be in Butler County, but serves much of that part of Pennsylvania and nearby New York. Grandorf School for the Deaf. According to their website, it was formerly named Grandorf Dove. Grandorf? No, that's Harry Potter. from 1923 to 1990 because Grandorf was the last name of the founder and Dove is the Danish word for deaf. The founder had issues with government translators, leading to an odd transcription issue. Grandorf is originally Danish? Wait. How far is Finland from France? Map of the EU. Denmark, Sweden, Finland, France. Okay, that pretty far. Pretty far. Okay. Pretty far. It is funny, if you compare it to the United States, it'd be like not even a Texas away, probably. In 1990, it was renamed to better represent the school's purpose and to correct the embarrassing lack of effort and awareness demonstrated by the government officials in those early days. The staff is listed on the website. You scan through all of the biographies and find that the principal, Mrs. Ford, is fluent in 5 languages, including ASL, American Sign Language. She has been working at the school for over 15 years. Mrs. Ford's bio also mentions that she is not deaf herself, but rather learned sign language to communicate with the deaf. Mrs. Ford is fluent in 5 languages, is the principal, and knows ASL. I'll just put sign language because I'm not looking for like age, sex, location. I don't know why, but earlier on Twitter there was a post about like leet speak, and I was trying to read the message, and bro, I could not read that. I guess the leet speak is before my time. No sign language. It mentions that she was responsible for securing funding for the Hudson Wing. Hudson Wing. Alright, and now need to look back. Susan Ford. Susan Ford is the legal name. I can still read it just fine. But when I start using the weird stuff like that for H is when I get, oh yeah, fucking hibachi. Yeah. So I can translate some leet speak. And then what did Mrs. Ford become later? They removed the office staff, okay. So if Susan Ford was hired as a translator in 5 languages, they were probably hired for the travel expenses because bro was Mr. Worldwide. Probably traveled with guy, Mr. Worldwide. Alright, what's the Hudson Wing? Hudson Wing. The Hudson Wing was an expansion to Grandorf Dove, now Grandorf School for the Deaf, first built in 1982. It's a separate, much smaller building, half a block from the main campus, and operates as a smaller independent school that offers free ASL courses for the family members, friends, and caretakers of deaf children. According to their history site, they got their name after the president of the Roottreemania company generously donated $250,000 towards the construction of the building. Yeah, because it's Guy Hudson. That makes sense. Guy Hudson Wing. There's also a very vague history section that you can somewhat fill in with details from the other information you've seen about the school. It mentions that the donation came at the insistence of an employee of Roottreemania at the time. It mentions that she learned ASL from the main school before the Hudson Wing even existed to surprise her future husband, who was deaf. After realizing how useful a service like this could be to non-deaf people that wished to better serve those with hearing issues, she convinced Roottreemania management to invest in the school. The Hudson Wing operated and she became the first teacher at the new campus. At first it only operated on weekends, but since then it has added afternoon classes on some weekdays. Okay. So she secured a $250,000 bag, which on the one hand could have just been from traveling with Guy and translating. On the other hand, it could have been hush money. Susan Ford. Actually, let's just do a general search. Susan Ford. Okay. Okay. Can I put Grandorf School? For the deaf? Grandorf School for the Deaf has made a few odd appearances here and there in the Butler County Times since 1990. It's not too many that you can't look at all of them, and so after scrolling through a few pages, you manage to find something incredibly useful in an article that isn't even focused on the school itself. Local students provide key evidence in scientific study. The article from March of this year, 1999, mentions that the Ford sisters who attend public school in Butler County are one of only a handful of identical twins in the world who suffer from 2 different genetic issues. One of them has asthma and the other has a deadly allergy to peanuts. Their mother, a Miss Susie Ford, has... No! What do you mean has? Okay. Just delete that. Okay. Miss Susie Ford has 2 twin daughters. Was originally contacted by researchers looking to identify if there were any set of twins where one was born deaf and the other was not. One has asthma and the other has a deadly allergy to peanuts. Okay. One has asthma, other peanut allergy. I just had the shittiest ad known to man. Sorry for your sacrifice, and thank you for your service. Was ready to contact by researchers looking to identify if there were any sets of twins where one was born deaf and the other was not. While she didn't have any twins attending her school, she asked if her daughters, Melissa and Heather, could be useful, and it turns out they were. Daughters are Melissa and Heather. She says they couldn't be more different. My youngest, we all call her that even though it's only by about 15 minutes, is shy but essentially hasn't stopped running from the moment she learned to scamper. Asthma has kept her sister off the soccer field, but she's the definition of extrovert and is even performing in a local production of Is There Life After High School later this year. My youngest, we'll call her that even though it's only by 15 minutes, is shy but essentially hasn't stopped running from the moment she learned to scamper. Asthma has kept her sister off the soccer field. Okay. Older sister has asthma. Performing in Is There Life After High School? It's a man you all know and love. He has a mustache, wears red. It's drumroll Super Mario and the Mr. Pringles. Sounds like a burn mind boss. The article includes a picture of the girls added to your evidence. Alright, one of them's got the inhaler, and I don't know what that is. The photo accompanied an article about a scientific study in Boulder County Times. The Ford twins were used as a part of the nationwide study of how allergies and other diseases affect twins differently. The twin on the left is holding an inhaler, and the twin on the right is holding an EpiPen. Okay, what did I say? Older sister has asthma. Okay. So. It's probably you then. You're Susan Ford. Principal. I don't have a picture of you yet. You're the older one, you're the younger one. What were you saying they were doing? I guess you're probably in college. Probably just both in college if I had to guess. No idea who your spouse is. Do I have any more pictures of the guy? I don't. Okay. Well, I feel like... I guess not necessarily. I was gonna say... If you're not gonna say family members by, like, initial, then you'd say them by, like, oldest to youngest, you know? And they definitely didn't do it by initial here, but it doesn't necessarily mean anything. It's just what you'd usually do, you know? It's like more of just an inherent natural thing to think rather than like required, so I guess I can't really use that logic. But fuck it! Alright. Melissa Ford, your Heather Ford. I'm gonna say you're both in college. No clue who your husband was. I guess that's... Alright, you're right. You're right. I mean, something about these is wrong. We'll shoot for the name first. No, the one with asthma is definitely the older sister. I still kind of think you're, Melissa. Heather. Not like 100% sure. I also don't know like what they're doing, unless you're like an actress. Oh, well, maybe I can get some more lore on them. See if there's anything else for Grandorf School for the Deaf. Grandorf School for the Deaf. Da-dee-doo, la-dee-da, la-da-dee. Yep. Alright. Is there life after school? Skadoosh. Is There Life After School is a musical. It's quite obscure, only appearing on Broadway for 17 performances after a preview period. Nowadays it's mostly performed by smaller theater troupes, including high school drama clubs. If you couldn't tell by now, a game designer by the name of Jeremy Johnston was in musical theater for all 4 years of high school. Alright, we're going down the Jeremy Johnston rabbit hole. There's one song from it that has somewhat surpassed the popularity of the rest of the musical, called The Kid Inside. If you'd like to listen to it, I recommend Barry Manilow's version. If you've heard this song before, it's likely that cover. The entire musical deals entirely with the traumas and nostalgia that society collectively shares about their formative years, which feels appropriately thematic for this game. I've always thought of it as somewhat ironic that they have high school theater clubs perform it, though. Anyways, the key word in the Butler County Times article was local. Yeah, I know. This game is clearly inspired heavily by Obra Dinn and Her Story. I hope it stands on its own and that it feels like more of an homage than a ripoff. Thank you to Lucas Pope and Sam Barlow. You both ran so that I could walk. It's also inspired by my participation in the world's largest trivia contest of 90 FM in Stevens Point, Wisconsin. Thanks to everyone who organizes that competition year after year. Shout out to Portesi Frozen Pizza, which I've never tried but have heard so much about. And lastly, it's inspired by a core memory I have of browsing Beanie Babies / Mortal Kombat fan sites somewhere around 1995 on my local library's dial-up connection, thanks to the patient librarians in Bethel, Connecticut, who took the time to explain the internet and helped change my entire life. If you're seeing this message, please come to the game's Discord and type, "I found the thing," all in capital letters in the I Found the Thing channel. Thanks. I'm not gonna do that, but I'm happy for you. I guess I gotta play Her Story. I haven't... Her Story... Steam. This looks good. I should play this. This looks good. I should play that. Anyways, is there life after high school? Copy. It seems like a high school in Pulaski performed Is There Life After High School near the end of April 1999. The cast list mentions some names, including Heather Ford. Okay. Heather Ford. Oh, they're in high school. Was in a play. Okay, they're in high school actually. Students. And her last name is Ford. Damn, I'm like misunderstanding this. Okay, I think the older sister has asthma. Okay. There's 8 from here? What the fuck? Alright, whatever, I'll deal with that later. Alright, let's go straight for Heather Ford. It could be in like Starler Team Blast, to be honest. Nope. Okay. Okay, the older one has asthma. And that one's Heather. So the older one is Heather. Right? No. You're Heather. You're for sure Heather. You're for sure Melissa. Let's go Buck Wild. Actor, you're a sports player. Pro athlete. Okay. Alright, let's just. What if you're both in college? Okay, I'm just gonna say you're both in high school. Which I felt like that would have been right. Oh my god, there's a polyamorous family? Oh, oh god. Polyamorous are deceased and remarried. That's not, that's yeah. I mean, if it's Guy Hudson, they'd probably have a wife in Brazil, a wife in Australia, a wife in China, and a wife fucking somewhere else, and they'd never be the wiser. Alright, so, like, I'm surprised this hasn't filled out yet, because you're definitely right. You're definitely right now. I feel like those are correct, unless... The only other spot they could be would be here, which... could make sense with the timeline? But there's also no mention of Susan Ford having, like, 2 husbands. Oh, there's not much mention of Susan Ford in general. Like, just across the board. Okay, there's a lot here. Grandorf Dove was a school for the deaf near Butler. It was regularly visited in articles with other local schools. Butler County Times archives includes what seems like an endless list of snow cancellations, extracurricular activities, and weekend events that began over 70 years ago and stretched until the last mention in 1990. Amongst the avalanche of useless information, you almost miraculously discover one useful article. Grandorf Dove was at the center of a crime article from 1982. It seems that someone defaced the school and vehicles outside of the brand new Hudson wing of the school. There were multiple broken windows, and one of the teacher's cars was painted with profanities and accusations of infidelity. A few weeks later, a follow-up article provides more details. There was one arrest, Thomas Hughes, who was coincidentally a former student at the school. Thomas Hughes. Arrested for... I'll just say vandalize the Hudson wing. Apparently, the destruction came weeks after he married the school's newest teacher, Mrs. Hughes. She was not a teacher when he went. He graduated a few years earlier. Okay. Thomas Hughes married Mrs. Hughes. So Thomas Hughes probably kept their last name. And they aren't going to put Mrs. Hughes' last name because that'd be too convenient. She was not a teacher when he met. He graduated a few years earlier. According to the reporter's investigation into the police report, trials, and restraining orders, Mr. Hughes was convinced that he was not the father of Mrs. Hughes' current pregnancy. Alright. He was released on bail, and the school has agreed not to press criminal charges after an agreement was made to pay for the damages and for the couple to begin divorce proceedings. It seems Thomas Hughes, Mrs. Hughes, and the Hudson Wing have all avoided further appearances in the Butler County Times. Okay. Mr. Hughes was convinced that he was not the father of Mrs. Hughes' current pregnancy. So that was in 1982, which is shortly after the Hudson Wing opened. Okay. Thomas Hughes. Okay. Thomas Hughes. Anywhere else? Any other tabloids want to pick up on Thomas Hughes? My mom must be having a bad day. They just texted me. Another plane crash! Exclamation point. Oh dear. Oh dear. Per Matus Network. A Delta flight carrying roughly 80 passengers from Minnesota appears to have crash-landed at Toronto Pearson Airport. No casualties have been reported as of this time. Numerous photos and videos have been released showing passengers safely exiting the plane, which flipped upside down. At least 8 people are injured, paramedics say. Yerp. Yerp. What, that's... So that's what, 3 commercial plane crashes in the past 2 weeks? Let's fucking go. Alright, so I need to get to Thomas Hughes somehow. Okay, let's keep looking up the Hudson Wing. Alright, so who else filed for divorce? You or you? John Doe. Wouldn't be you. So I guess that's you. You're, what the hell's your name? Thomas Hughes. Thomas Hughes. Don't get a mugshot of you. You're something Hughes, but that's actually not gonna be your name on here. But you are a teacher. That's... What do you mean teacher is in the title? Professor? I guess professor? Was a Mrs. Hughes? Did a Mrs. Hughes ever work for the good folks at Roottreemania? Or did any Hughes work for the good people at the Roottreemania? no hues. Dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Man, how is there not just like a picture that I can look up? The principle of Grandorf School for the Deaf. Like, how is there not just a picture of Miss Susie Ford? Like, how is there not just a picture? Okay. I guess I can't get any further on the Grandorf angle. Can I look at, like, the court records of the divorce? They got court view on here? Damn. Zigua. Alright, if you were developing a flavor in China, you probably ramrodded some Chinese girl. Alright, let's search Zigua. Damn. What am I rolling? I don't know why I think watermelon will get me anything. Maybe under shift, nothing under shift signature. Alright. Damn. Okay. Really couldn't get anything filled out with this. Oh well, like, I have to be able to get a picture of Susan Ford somehow. But I don't know how, because they won't show up in the search results. None of Guy Hudson's Diddy parties show up in the search results. So I don't know how I'm gonna get to there. I guess I gotta give up on chasing this lead for now. Unless I could search up Melissa Ford. Your last name probably isn't Ford. No. Yes. No. No, it's probably not. Your last name probably isn't Susie Ford. Your husband's name is probably last name Ford. And then you took it when you married. So your last name would be something else, anywho. It's annoying. Bad sign. We know, gotta cover all the bases. Okay. Yep, time to go a new lead. Clark Rafferty LaRue. Keep it nice and simple. Clark Rafferty LaRue is the new president of the Roottreemania Corporation. This does not include Root, which appears to have its own new leadership. In early March 1999, about 5 months ago, it was announced that both Clark Rafferty LaRue and Ron Roottreemania would be taking over for what was essentially described as a transitional period in the aftermath of Six Pieces. About 2 weeks later, the company released a press statement that thanked Ron for his work, but announced that Clark was the new permanent president. Most of the information about Clark you knew already. Many descriptions of him tend to focus on his advertising career and that his mother was Lauren Roottreemania. Few seem to touch on his complex and volatile marital history. Since taking over, Clark has tried to remain out of the spotlight, but did have one notable foray into the public eye. He gained a lot of support when his first move was a statement in favor of accepting Sam and her family into the trust. This also served as an announcement that the clan-side trust would be no longer be handled by anyone in the family, since due to their financial motivation, none of them could ever be impartial. That's so true, Clark. So true. Alright, anything new on Lauren Roottreemania? They make a new book. In the wake of Six Pieces' release, Lauren Roottreemania offer of A Life Between Wars. Do I gotta get that back? When revisiting Lauren's book, there's a single passage that focuses on potential affairs in her immediate family. You've added it to the rest of your evidence. Boom! Was tracked down by a reporter as being in one of the most upscale memory care facilities in Pittsburgh. She was relocated back to Pennsylvania when she began suffering from Alzheimer's. Aye. There was a minor backlash towards the reporter that tracked Lauren down because they were caught standing on a ladder and holding the camera over the privacy wall to take a photo of Lauren and her son Clark sitting on a bench outside near a small pond on the premises. An entry entitled Cruelty from Lauren Roottreemania's diary, written in 1963. It focuses on the relationship between her mother and father. While it offered only redundant information during the previous investigation, it mentions the subject of affairs and may be more useful this time around. I am no stranger to true love. Jacob and I married at an age that most deem unfit for marriage. But he was also enlisting at an age that most deem unfit for war. We had no choice. I knew in my heart that our marriage was one for the ages. He and I would still be together today if not for Okinawa. That was nearly 20 years ago. There is an emptiness in my soul. I do not understand my contemporaries. So many girls I went to school with have taken multiple lovers. So many of my girlfriends' husbands have been unfaithful. If I am able to remain true to the ghost of a man with no chance of physical reciprocation, no potential for long conversation, how could it be so hard to love someone you can reach out and touch, someone you can joke with? I have not had to deal with such madness at home. My parents are a perfect match, in the worst way. My mother's cruelty is a perfect fit for my father's general spite. In turn, Pop's status enables her incessant need to gloat and feel superior. I have grown up with their cruelty and disdain for others my entire life. Even my family remains unspared. They make fun of my grandpop and his family, saying, blood is thicker than syrup, but nothing's thicker than Elias. They mimic Grandma Gwyneth's lisp, see her kindness as a weakness. Elias, please remember, Tam. Not even our family's maladies and religion go unmocked. Remember, God only put one eye in Miracle. I can say without a doubt in my mind that my parents have never had eyes for anyone outside their marriage. They're too self-centered to look astray. Alright, and your parents... That's you. Your parents are Sarah Cosell and Roottreemania Clancy Edward. Okay. Because, like, someone else from quite some time ago fucked around. (1921) We're in 1999. Miracle's the only one alive. He's 71, so he was born 28. So it would have been like 18 years before that. Miracle was young, I guess. It's not impossible. So the only people who could actually fit here is like maybe one of the first two or one of them. So I have to go searching for them too. Anything more? Please remember Tham. Please remember Sam. Sam. That's Sam. Yeah, right now, on its own, I don't think this is useful to me. Combined with something else later, maybe. Let's check Clark in the local tabloids. Clark, Rafferty, and LaRue, as well as Ruby Spratt and her company Ruby Legal Enterprises, were featured in Business Watch after the company took over as the keepers of client-side trust. There's an article about the process that interviews both Clark and Ruby. It seems that Ruby actually approached the Roottrees sometime in late March after the Roottree Rift, but well before Roottreemania. An accomplished but relatively low-profile lawyer, she offered to work for very little money so long as they could be a public face to build her career. The family quickly jumped on this chance, as many family members often attempt to spend as little as possible to keep their shares of Clanstead Trust as high as possible. True. Facts. After looking over the Clanstead Trust more carefully than anyone had in years, Ruby came to the conclusion that Clancy Edward Roottree's implementation was not legally sound, and that there would be constant legal challenges without some modifications. The family decided to put her in charge of the trust, both legally and as a public face, to prevent further issues. Ruby Legal Enterprises has been described as a mix between a law firm and a PR firm. Her first move, as sort of a trial run before she was even hired permanently, was to help them draft a public statement accepting Sam into the family, declaring that they begin to address the Clanstead Trust. This went quite well, and they officially hired her in early April. Ruby Legal is now in charge of many financial aspects of the company, including verifying any claims to the trust and organizing the various charitable causes, such as scholarships that have been set up in the name of the deceased. Okay. That seems like a dead end, kind of. I will look up Lauren. Butler County Times reviewed Lauren's diary of life between wars. They go into a bit of Lauren's history. She grew up around the famous Roottreemania, blah blah blah. Diary's first name. Because it catches the evolution perspective from adolescence to adulthood and a true feeling of change in society across decades. They call special attention to the author's recollection of the day she heard that her husband Jacob died. Took place in Butler County, including an that may feel more real and otherwise higher review. The interview. Don't forget you can find this and many other books at your local library. Jesus, I did not mean to hit that. Alright, anything else on Lauren Roottree? Nope. Okay. Alright, anything on Root? The Root website has a small memorial section to the deceased members of the family, but it contains no new information. The most recent catalog, spring 1999, had an entirely black cover with no text on it. On the leadership page, you learn that Root is currently managed by a designer who was apparently Brenda White's second in command. You don't recognize her name, and she seems unrelated to your search. There's also a scholarship page on it. You find information about the Roottree Sisters Fashion Scholarship. Is awarded to 3 underprivileged high school girls each year who wish to pursue a career in fashion. Apparently, it also gives them an opportunity to show off their designs on professional models on a real runway. According to the site, the fund was created directly from shares that would have been contributed to the inheritance of the Roottreemania sisters if they were still alive. Like other aspects of the Clanstead Trust, it's managed by Ruby Legal Enterprises. Okay. Well, let's just go for Root. Carl Ritchie was voted Watchman of the Year 1987 for his work with Roots. Yeah. Just gotta check. That one's old. Yeah. Nothing on the scholarship, eh? Interesting. Very interesting. Interesting. Have I ever just searched Ruby legal enterprises? Yeah, I have. Yeah, I have. Kai Hudson. Anything on Guy Hudson in the tabloids? Okay, this one's outdated. Fellows, aka 5Ps, famously appeared on the cover of News Time, kicking off Roottreemania. Then a week later, Mako Roottreemania appeared. Yep. Right, yeah, Piketty. Yep, I don't know how to get to anywhere else from Piketty, but somehow I gotta get off that. Okay. Jando Roottreemania. Bess Williams is the offer. Bess Williams was an author born in the late 1800s. She lived just outside Miami and died tragically young in a major hurricane that struck the area in 1926. Bess has a minor history of Roottree's early noble book, Family Man, is considered blatant propaganda about Elias Roottreee. It had been all but forgotten until recently when it was re-released during the height of Roottreemania. That's big. That's big. That's big. There's a site dedicated to hurricane statistics that also mentions Bess Williams. The Bocadoral Library, not far from where she lived, was partially destroyed in the hurricane. When they rebuilt, they named the nonfiction section after her. The library was expanded again in 1950 and then closed in 1963. When multiple larger libraries opened in the surrounding area, that made it redundant. Okay. A reprint of an old book about Elias Roottreee, it's blatant corporate propaganda. Boom. Dictionary defines propaganda as information, especially of a biased or misleading nature, used to promote or publicize a particular political cause or point of view, but if they were to replace the definition with a picture, it would be a picture of this book. The book tells you nothing new about Elias, and from what you know of his true feelings towards some of his extended family, you're not sure it tells you anything true about Elias either. The reissue of this book was so lazy that they reused the famous photo of Elias from Business Watch, whose copyright had expired. The best thing it has going for it is that it's only 85 pages long. Alright, get in there. Get in there. Let's fucking go. That fucking horn dog. Okay. Got Joanna, got the kids. You are not correct. You're not correct. Name's definitely Clementine. So, if we go non-conspiratorial, where the hell is that picture of the fucking kid? So you're definitely Lisa Clementine, unless your birth name isn't Lisa Clementine. The other hackbrain theory is that you didn't work in the military and that the photo was a fake. So if the photo is a fraud, what would your name be? This is like... Would you be a model then? That'd be like a crazy thing to fake though. Wait, was she a nurse? I don't. Huh? Weird. Something's weird about that. Alright, well, I know you had infidelity, no clue who with, so we're gonna have to figure that out somehow. The children are right, so you're Susan Ford. I don't know what... Yeah, I don't know. Okay. Alright, where to next? I looked up 5Ps. Yeah. Oh yeah, I looked up Bess Williams. That's right. Family Man, anything on that? It did not work. Alright. Well, I think Bess Williams is done then. Roottreemania seems pretty done. 5P seems pretty done. I'll just do some rudimentary. Do some rudimentary searches on Roottreemania. Did-do-do. Okay, there's more here than I expected. I'm gonna use the bathroom. wanted to take off my hoodie, but I didn't want to do it on cam. Dude, I'm like getting a pimple or something in my fucking ear, so putting earbuds in hurts. Ah. Anyway, I thought I was gonna like make progress in this faster than I have tonight, but that's fine. That comes with the territory. Roottreemania immediately followed the announcement that a rapper going by 5Ps was actually a Roottree. Collectively, the popular culture seemed to focus on the Roottree family and 5Ps for a few weeks before everything felt oversaturated and society moved on. Because of the 5Ps saga, an underlying through line to how pulp culture treated Roottreemania was an excuse for everyday people to claim they were also Roottrees. Daytime talk shows had I'm a Secret Roottree episodes. Late-night hosts and guests made jokes about other lost members of the family, and there was a widely shared website where you could fill in your own name to find out if you were a secret Roottree. When you submitted your name, it simply said no with an image of Clark Rafferty LaRue giving you the finger. That's funny. That's good. Can I get that picture of Clark? Roottreemania lasted only a few weeks, just long enough for 6 pieces to re-enter the charts and to trigger new printings of other Roottree-related media. This included Lauren's Diaries, VHS releases of Gwen's old movies, as well as countless other unauthorized biographies, which mostly seemed to attempt to capitalize on the Roottree sisters, Carl and Brenda. VHS releases of Gwen's old movies, unauthorized biographies. These re-releases were too late to successfully capitalize on or extend the craze. As a result, most of them were failures, and countless novelty shirts that had variations of I'm a Secret Roottree became immediately unfashionable, though some people still wear them ironically. I want to get that picture of Clark giving the finger. Alright, so VHS releases of Gwen's old movies. Which Gwen? Gwendoline Roottree? Son of a gun. Can I just search Gwen's old movies? Smith, Anderson. Elias and Gwyneth Roottreemania were never really celebrities, but the general public's perception of them as classic faces associated with the Roottreemania Candy Company had always been in somewhat high regard. This was Elias's intention as a family man with his family brand, since Six Pieces of Candy Company has placed much less emphasis on Elias as a historical brand connected figure, but there have also been those who have argued that it was his right. Yeah, the right. The first Anderson Maple Farm was only used to be a popular tourist attraction during the summer months when it had special tours. However, it has since seen an explosion. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. What the hell was the group that woman worked for, man? Outdated. Alright, what the fuck was her name? Caroline Morden. Alright, that interview. What the hell is that? Alright, this might be useful to compare with other evidence, not really on its own. Okay, previously on the Roottrees are dead. Did you have something about Caroline? Chris Rafferty's Prodigy site seemed to have been discovered by the masses. Gone are the art pictures of his cousins. Instead, it's a list of questions that people kept emailing him. The most relevant ones are the following. Are you the son of Clark Rafferty? Yes, but I didn't grow up with him. I remember him from when I was a little kid, but I moved away with my mom when I was very young. We left Pennsylvania and moved back to home to Virginia. We lived there with Pete, my stepdad. My dad and I spoke a few times when I found his number on a check he sent us in the mail when I was 15. He was happy to hear from me, and now he calls me once a month and came to visit me at college. He tells me about things I don't remember, people like Guy Hudson and Ernie Madsen. My dad and I get along, but obviously we aren't very close. Did you ever meet the Roottrees? I used to know the Roottrees, but never the sisters. I was in the office sometimes when I was a kid, and I definitely met Guy Hudson before he died, but I don't remember. My memory's weird. It's hard to know what I actually remember and what I only think I do because I have pictures. For example, I have a photo from when I was 5, and in the office with my dad, and Guy was there. I made myself sick by eating chocolate, and some woman who I don't know cleaned my face. I don't know if my memories of that come from the picture or not. The photo has been added to your evidence. What the fuck? Bro is eating, oh my god. What is that tattoo? How did you have proof of Ernie Madson's heart condition? I knew Ernie had a heart problem because my dad told me on one of our phone calls. I asked him about the poison because I saw it on the Roottreemania Curse website, and he emailed some old stuff including the proof, but even with the proof, the website didn't take it down. You'll spell the fiance wrong. I'm not good at spelling or writing. I'm good at painting and other art. I'm going to school to learn how to edit movies. I want to make cartoons someday. Lulu is much better at spelling. That's my goat. That's a wife guy. Okay. Alright. Alright. This photo was on Chris Rafferty's website. According to Chris, it's a photo of him, his father, and Guy Hudson. While they were distracted, he snuck into the supply of chocolate that kept for visitors indoors. Chris Rafferty did not know who the woman in the photo was. Okay. Him? Boom. His father? Boom. Guy Hudson. Boom. And that's a woman. What the hell is that tattoo? That's just like a dumbass flower or some shit. Who the hell would have a dumbass flower tattoo? Colors your hair. Brownish black. Yeah, I'll fucking know. Throw you there. Sounds like a plan. Alright. The hell's that kid eating? Chocolate. Or so they say. Alright, you don't know who the woman in the photo was, that's fine. Let's go previously on the Roottreemania. Let's look for some other stuff that might bring anything up. Any more on November, Roottreemania? No. Okay. See if you show up in the limelight anymore. Bro, November is staying out of the limelight. Dude, brother trouble, embezzled, unsuccessfully, Robbie. Sam and her father were cryptically mentioned in a book about historical letters. Aloysius herring Roottreemania. Yeah, it's the red herring. Family man. And Caroline Morton sculptures. Okay, so I gotta get to more from here somehow. Somehow I need to get to Alias Roottreemania having infidelity. Yeah, if red herring Roottreemania is on the family tree, I'm gonna be fucking miffed. Do I need to get Lauren's older books? Life Between Wars I already got. Wasn't there an updated one though? Or is this the updated one? Yep. Okay. Alright, so I need to get VHSs of Gwen's old movies, IDK How, Roottreemania. I think I've kind of run that course. Yeah, I think I kind of ran that course. Alright. Now, people who would not show up. Elizabeth Cravensworth. Okay. Lloyd Carpenter. Okay. Edward. Boom. Carl Monroe. Boom. Patrick Decker. Patrick Decker Jr. is an attorney in Butler County. He's listed on a site that claims to detail the best lawyers in every state. From looking at the lack of credentials in the About Us page, you suspect that the lawyers on the list all paid to be there. His biography mentions his education, that he comes from a prestigious line of law experts, including his father, who was the head lawyer for the Roottreemania Company in the 70s and 80s. That is true. That is true. I doubt they'll show up anywhere, but, you know, might as well do the old search. Patrick Decker and his son Patrick Decker Jr. both appeared advertised in the Butler County Times as lawyers. They're also mentioned in a few articles about specific cases. There's a mention that Patrick Decker took over as head lawyer for the Roottreemania Company in 1979. There are no relevant details to add significant insight into your search in any of the results. Okay. Seems unrelated. Decker Jr. Lawyer for Candy Comp. Son. Surely they'll never roll my name here. Alright. Okay, Christine Farrow doesn't show up, I know that, but I'm still gonna search it. Yep. Yep. Beth Knox. Who the hell's Beth Knox? Fucking nobody, apparently. God damn it. Albert Cross. What, like, the path I'm currently on right now is not smart or effective, but we're here. Alright, Fred Cross doesn't show up in the... There. Oh. Surely Terry O'Connor has something in the papers. Rats. Edward Morrison. back to it. Nah, I got my money on Gleason. Let's go, Gleason. This is me. Alright. Amy Sutton. Alright, Victor, Logan, then we're out of just random names. Thank God. And I'm gonna get nothing from them, and that's not surprising. Alright, not surprising. So the Roottreemania Sisters Fashion Scholarship got no hits. That's related to the Ruby Sprat. Anything else on Guy Hudson? Elizabeth, Brazil Factory. I'm not sure with Caroline Hudson. He lost a tooth and a client. Do we have this picture? Is he missing a tooth in this one? We can't tell. So if there's any pictures of him that look like he just got clocked out, I'll have like kind of a timeline on that. I still can't figure out what's the name of the org, bro? Like, I remember the name of that damn organization. Stephanie Jones on here? How's there no article anywhere on Caroline Hudson? What the fuck? Alright, Brian Jones, let's go. What's the name of your company? Jones Graphic and Print. Nothing on them. Why are there two Elizabeths? Did I do this? Yeah. Yeah, I did. So there's Christine Farrow and then what other Farrow is there? So there's Elizabeth Farrow, and it's Christine Farrow. And Christine Farrow is Christine Garland. Elizabeth Farrow quit in 78. They worked in farm and manufacturing, so they probably didn't have sex with Guy. What the fuck? I'm getting lost in it all. Okay, fucking hell. Alright, let's just try to get somewhere, anywhere. Go to... Sure, yeah, you have 8. You know what, let's go to something that has 1. Telephoto. That's not gonna help me. They got the Sepia Award. Nope. Operation Desert Saber. Operation Desert Saber was the code name for a land offensive the U.S. military performed against the Iraqi army. It was part of the larger Operation Desert Storm, also known as the Gulf War. Okay. I felt like I searched all this. Elizabeth had a daughter. And the Elizabeth that worked then was Elizabeth Farrow? Elizabeth Farrow's daughter is Christine, and they worked as a secretary. Yeah. So that's Elizabeth Farrow. Elizabeth Farrow, daughter Christine Farrow. Guy's main positive contribution to the company involved expanding markets previously untapped by Roottreemania. However, when he went on trips overseas, they were often for weeks at a time. Guy was known for spending more time and money on unofficial business than meeting with distributors and manufacturers. It said that he bribed at least one politician to open a factory in Brazil. Worth a shot. Roottreemania, Brazil, sometimes erroneously referred to as Roottreemania, Brazil, is one of the companies created to manufacture and distribute Roottreemania candy. It was developed as part of the Roottreemania Everywhere initiative near the beginning of 1979. Unlike some of the other Roottreemania Everywhere results, Roottreemania Basil seems to be a success. You do some rough translating and find a significant amount of information about it. Brazil was the only region in which caviar flavored 5 pieces, released at the end of 1978, were a hit. The primary reason that the factory still exists to this day is solely to create that flavor, which comes in its own standalone 5 pieces bag with Portuguese writing. A small town named Alvalagos near the municipality of São Bernardo do Campo became the location chosen by the Roottreemania Candy Company after a newly elected local politician named Edson Soares heard that they were planning a new factory and petitioned them in early 1979. The factory was controversial as locals did not want it there. The Rootrees visited Brazil around Christmas and managed to break ground on the project. Since then, however, it has been operating relatively smoothly except for 2 incidents. The first was Incendio do Bordo in 1982, and the second was an unsuccessful strike in 1995 that involved all of the factory workers being replaced. Brazil. The factory was originally built and run according to paperwork at the time by a small company called Novo Corporaca de... you know what? Which literally translates to New Brazil Candy Corporation. This company no longer exists. Not much information has ever existed about it, and the Rootrees now run Roottreemania Brazil entirely. Edson Soares was a Brazilian politician. You find a dissertation published by a college student as part of their PhD in history. It focuses on the rise of democracy in Brazil. It seemed up until 1988, Brazil was run by the military, and the politics during that time were often a hotbed for corruption and nepotism. The paper tells of a few politicians at the time, including Edson Soares. Edson is a former mayor of Alvalagos, Brazil. Before politics, he was a manager at an automotive manufacturing plant for a major American car company. He was put in charge of Alvalagos by the military government in 1973. As mayor, he used his manufacturing background and knowledge of American business to establish new factories, distribution plants, and other business ventures in the area. This had 2 side effects. First, he became quite rich. Second, many locals were forcibly relocated. This did not make him a popular mayor, and what the paper speculates was a move to counteract this unpopularity. His wife, Sonia, was discreetly put in charge of a television station called Teleread. Wife, Sonia, put in charge of Teleread TV station. He often used this connection to ensure supporters would appear on local television, spying his beliefs and emphasizing his political victories. He remained in office until 1988, when he was defeated in the first election after the military government was no longer in control. After this election loss, he quickly left the town behind. It is not known where he has gone, but the dissertation even speculates he likely fled to stay alive. There does not seem to be anyone relevant by the name of Sonia Soares listed anywhere online you can find. However, Spy Search does return a page that lists a news anchor in Brazil named Flavio Soares, who has a mother named Sonia. Flavio Soares. Flavio Soares is a young Brazilian newscaster with a bit of a cult following. The discourse surrounding him is, to put it in polite terms, lewd. There's a website about something called fan fiction that has a small section dedicated to him. Flavio Soares. Child of Edson and Sonia. Or somehow guy's kid, who fucking knows. It seems that women and some men of a wide variety of ages and writing skill tend to find him worthy of their inclusion in their stories. You skim some of the tales there and learn that a common thread is that he's currently dating a supermodel named Ashley York. Dating Ashley York. Many stories either seem to ignore her existence or get her out of the picture rather quickly. There are other, more traditional fan sites that list some things about him, including his age, 18, his zodiac sign Libra, his favorite food, grilled steak, and his mother's name, Sonia. Also, it seems that Flavio translates to golden-haired. One website with a signed publicity photo of Flavio seems to confirm this. The photo has been added to your evidence. Yeah, it's York time. To Natasha, kisses from Brazil. Flavio. Flavio Soares is a Brazilian news anchor. This is a signed photo of him sent to a fan you found online. God, that means they're on the tree! Who, where, how? Couldn't be you. It's not possible it could be you, but I don't think it's you, since I think they're still together. Alright. What's the wet red and white threads mean? I'm not exactly sure. I guess it just kind of relates to infidelity or split up from the parents. But then that doesn't apply to them. I don't really know. I'll be honest. Alright. Alright, Ashley York. Ashley York is a British supermodel who does ads for perfume, clothing, and jewelry. She has been the subject of some controversy in the past few months, having been protested by PETA for wearing fur on the cover of some magazines. She's dating a young Brazilian news anchor named Flavio Soares, which has brought them both somewhat into the limelight. Ashley York, a British model, appeared on the cover of Teen Blast wearing a fur shawl 3 months ago. This appearance doesn't lead to any useful information, but another more recent appearance in text only mentions she's dating Flavio Soares. In it, a Teen Blast reporter asks how they met. I was in Rio for Carnival, and he was on one of the parade floats. I had no idea who he was, but I liked what I saw and I told my people to invite him to the party I was going to. I felt pretty stupid once I realized that we were going to his party. Well, his mother's party. She runs a media empire down there called Huh? Alright. Transmissapolo is a massive media group owned and run by a mysterious woman named Sonia Alves. Sonia Alves. It seems Sonia Alves is a common name in Brazil, so she has shortened her name to Nia to stand out in the public's eye. According to a history page that's focused on her company and a vague, unsearchable details, Nia received a significant inheritance in 1980 and invested it in many different manufacturing businesses in her hometown in Brazil. At the same time, she had just begun to learn the ins and outs of running a television network. She continued to work in television until 1988, when Brazil began its period of reform. She felt this was the perfect opportunity to land her own media company using her investment and connections. Now, her company owns television networks, magazines, newspapers, and advertising firms. After doing some translating, the page about Nia lists her as unmarried. It does not go into any other relationship history. Search for Nia online, you learn that she stays out of the spotlight. She doesn't even appear at shareholder meetings. She sends a proxy. Huh? Nia is unmarried? Alright. Surely Nia's like too short to bring anything up. Yeah. Let's check the periodicals for this. Transmissapolo has come up many times in Business Watch due to their status as one of the wealthiest media companies in South America. There's too many results based on one-off mentions and name drops for anything to be useful. Interesting. I don't know how they're related, but this is an interesting avenue. Alright. What the hell is Incendio de Bordo? Incendio de Bordo translates to maple fire. Maple fire. In 1982, the factory was deliberately attacked in a case of clear arson. The fire was brought under control after destroying about 2/3 of the production floor, and locals claimed that the air smelled like a mix of burning plastic and maple syrup. The factory was rebuilt and continues production to this day. At the time, it was unknown why this happened, but last year a new special did list this incident, as well as a few others in the small town, as backlash to perceived corruption in the government at the time. According to the report, the mayor of the city was found to be receiving a cut of the factory's profits. This is true. This is true. Very true. Very true. Now what the hell is this? New Brazil Candy Corporation, yeah. Search for that. Let's go to over here. Boom. Nope. Okay. Teleread. Teleread is a former television station in Brazil. It came into being in 1970 after a vacuum was created due to a removal of a network at the hands of Brazilian military dictatorship. Due to the lack of resources online, you don't have much to go on about who ran it and when. Okay. Okay. Nenhum resultado relevant, which is Portuguese for no relevant results. It seems that Sonia Alves is a fairly common name in some parts of the world. Yes. Nia Alves owns many forms of media in Brazil under the umbrella of Transmissão Paulo. Business Watch has mentioned her by name a few times. Most relevant appearance seems to be an article about the struggles of American media companies to do business with their foreign counterparts due to a difference in laws. A few media groups and countries are discussed, including those in Africa and the Middle East. Transmissão Paulo in Brazil is also discussed. Due to lack of freedom of speech laws in Brazil, there has been added bureaucracy in publishing certain stories on Transmissão Paulo's channels. Nia is extremely private about her identity and supposedly once used her connections to have a reporter fired from a rival network and blacklisted. The journalist claimed that this was to shut down a story he was doing about her personal life, including that her marriage in 1973 was not of her own choice. His research claimed that she essentially had her husband forced upon her as a child bride at the age of 15. Child brides were not outlawed in Brazil until 1990. Holy shit. It also claims that past experiences with her husband have been for show, they do not live together, and that she resents her own parents for the arrangement. Wow. Nia Alves was forced to be married at age 15 in 1973. The final claim was that she must have made her money under the table for nefarious and possibly illegal means during Brazil's dictatorship. as his research uncovered that she could not possibly have earned enough to start a media company otherwise. After making this statement, the reporter went into hiding in fear of his safety. Like, I'm seeing the vision, but fucking hell. Alright, who could that be? That's Sonia. Dating Ashley York. Okay. Spouse. Okay, so if they're dating, they're not married, so they could be on the tree. Or they won't be on the tree. What? What? Okay, so... Alright, let's try to read this. Okay, so they had a kid. That's them. And then they had a kid. But then that kid got adopted by the grandparents. Okay. How does getting married when you're 15 come into this? That was in 1973. So plus 26 years, it'd be 41 right now. So would that put him at like your age? That doesn't make sense because we know unless I don't get it. Dude, fuck Brazil. Fuck Brazil, dude. Alright, so that's like a lot of information to get no pictures, no more like actual evidence to look at, but that is like lore that'll come in handy when I have things to fucking use. But somehow searching their names every which way hasn't gotten me, it got me one photo. Fuck. Like, I keep getting all these tidbits about people, but they're not giving me the actual fucking evidence to solve it. The Roottreemania Everywhere companies, including Roottreemania Brazil, Roottreemania Aus, China Roottreemania, and Roottreemania France, tend to be difficult to find anything useful about in Business Watch due to the massive amounts of advertising business deals unrelated to your search that they've been a part of. Roottreemania Everywhere. Roottreemania Brazil, Roottreemania Aus, China Roottreemania France. You don't find much that you can't find online, though you may be able to find more by searching for individual people involved with the deals that led to the company's creation. That's what I've been doing. You scumbag. That's what I've been doing. Rootree, Australia. Boom. Rootree Aus is one of the companies created to manufacture and distribute Rootree candy. It was developed as a part of the Rootree Every Year initiative in 1979. According to a history website for Rootree Aus, Charles Martin, who owned a company that manufactured licorice in Australia, was tapped to run the Rootree factory after he impressed the American leadership of the Rootree Candy Company at the time. Rootree Aus. Charles Martin. Rootree Aus did have some success, but only in certain regions. The manufacturing leg of the company shuttered in 1992 after the death of Martin, and Rootree Aus now serves as an importer and distributor. Business Watch mostly focuses on American businesses, but the expansion of Rootree in Australia did create a bit of a blip in 1978. It mentions that Charles Martin met with the legal and leadership teams from Rootree in late 1977. They came to an agreement and broke ground on a new factory in early 1978. The Rootree company's statement, said to come directly from the president, was brief and a bit awkward. Rootree is excited to begin a new adventure down under. We're extremely impressed with Charles Martin and feel like this expansion heralds a new era for Rootree that will last for years to come. Rootree is founded on family, and Charles's family has also impressed us, especially his daughter Robin. We know she'll continue to steer this ship just as Elias Rootree's family continues to do so here in the USA. None of the Rootree referees made a blip on the local news radar. There are very, very brief mentions here and there when things were announced, but certainly nothing relevant to research. It seems at the time of the company's expansion, the late 70s, the magazine considered the Rootree company to be in a state of disarray, and as a result, didn't report in detail on their initiatives. This was compounded by the fact that oftentimes the most important deals were happening far from Butler. As far as you can tell, the Butler County Times never even mentions Guy Hudson by name in any of these articles. They preferred to lump him under the umbrella of the Rootree leadership. Charles Martin was a candy manufacturer in Australia born in 1923. He had a popular brand of licorice called Martin's Licorice Bullets. Most of his history is unrelated to the Rootrees. However, in 1979, he helped to develop Rootree Aus. He used his own wealth to build a new factory, and they distributed the maple trees throughout the same methods he had already been using for his previous candy venture. Website about Australian commerce mentions that he had a very unusual business agreement with the main Rootree company in the US. Much like how the Clanset Trust distribute the profits from the Rootree company evenly to the Rootree family, the profits of the Rootree Aus would be split 50-50 between the American Rootree company and Martin himself, for him to do with what he wishes. This made Martin very, very wealthy, but also led to many cost-cutting measures meant to increase profits as much as possible, especially towards the end of Martin's life in the early 1990s. Rootree candy gained a poor reputation in Australia and sales suffered immensely. Charles' vast fortune was passed along to his daughter, Robin Martin, who sold both businesses at first opportunity. Robin Martin is featured in many of the top 100 wealthiest women in the world lists. She owns a private island off the coast of Australia where she reportedly has her own exclusive retreat. She has no husband, and there was a widely circulated rumor somewhere in the mid-70s that she had a medical procedure to ensure she never would have children. You find a joke on a site called Edgy Jokes That implies she's quite promiscuous and has a punchline involving robin's eggs. These people got nothing better to do. They would write heckin' epic cream pie doggo style. For what it's worth, Martin seemed to lean into the rumors. In the 80s, she once showed up at a charity function with 3 very attractive men, each wearing a shirt that said simply "Satisfied Partner" on it. Okay, she's girl bossing. Apparently, Robin Martin sold off her father's assets in 1992, the year after he died, which combined with her inheritance immediately catapulted her to an almost unimaginable level of wealth. The writer at Business Watch who was assigned to report on this news seems to disapprove of this move immensely. While the article does touch on the announcement of who took over the licorice division as well as what was to become of the maple candy factory, the entire text seems to be dripping with contempt that someone would be willing to dismantle and gut such a successful company to earn a quick buck. The article ends with a dig at Robin's personal life and lack of traditional values, but who am I to judge? Maybe she sold it to ensure a better future for her children. Oh wait. Bro, these people fucking hate her. She's... Hey, eat the rich. Let's go! Alright, Robin Martin has no kids. I don't know how the hell Robin Martin plays into this. Everyone else has kids. Besides the jokes about Robin's eggs, there's a lot of jokes about the band U2 for whatever reason. Here. Alright. End of the line for Roottreemania, Australia for now, I guess. Right. China Roottreemania. China Roottreemania is one of the companies created to manufacture and distribute Roottreemania candy. It was developed as part of the Roottreemania Everywhere initiative in the summer of 1979. During the late 70s, China began to go through a period of economic reform. This led to new opportunities for American companies, and the Roottreemania candy company decided to pounce. Lang Hongbo, who was said to personally win over the Roottreemania family and was the owner of multiple textile factories, did not wish to import the ingredients, and build a special factory to manufacture the candy in China. So instead, they made a deal to import bulk unpackaged Roottreemania candy and label it for not only China but additional markets. Hongbo was already in his mid-50s when the deal happened. Only had daughters, and his brother Lang Hongyu took control upon his death in 1986. After Hong Yu died in 1992, it passed to the oldest child from the next generation, Lang Xingyu. Here we go. Boom. Hongbo. Hongbo. You come across a website for the Lang Thai Textile Corporation, which is a company that has helped expand Rootree's products to China since the late 1970s. The company seems very accomplished. Their site has quotes from many different reporters and news articles listed on it in nearly every language. It's also mentioned quite often on websites about Chinese businesses, but those mentions are company focused and not people focused and don't offer any information useful to your investigation. Their page contains a very rudimentary leadership timeline with names that prove that the company has been in the Lang family for a long time. It kind of looks like a family tree. It goes back at least 250 years in some form or another. During the period where they began the Rootree deal, Lang Hongbo in China, the family name comes first, so Lang is his last name, was the CEO. He died before the internet was widespread, so there's not much out there other than his name on this website. His younger brother Lang Hongyu is featured on the history section directly following him. This also seems to be the only mention of the man. The current CEO is a woman simply named Xingyu. The site doesn't list her last name, though she does appear in the family tree below Hongbo. Lang Thai has a few American logos on its page. One is the Rootree logo, another is Tranquils, and the third is Piece of Asia. Alright, that is going to be much on Lang Hongbo. Never mind. Lang Thai was mentioned in Business Watch fairly often in the last 20 years or so. There were a lot of articles about the rise of Chinese companies. Unfortunately, this makes the search results not particularly helpful. When you sort to find the oldest articles, however, one of the earliest mentions from October 1979 stands out as very unusual because it does involve Lang Thai's business. The article details a new, at the time, medical industry. In vitro fertilization. In vitro fertilization was brand new, barely a year old. After the first successful IVF birth in 1978, it seemed the industry began to grow, and a featured article about different companies all over the world and the cost that they could charge for the services was in Business Watch. This included a few cases of high-profile customers willing to pay a premium. Apparently at the time, the CEO of Lang Thai was Lang Hongbo and his younger daughter, Lang Xingyao. Hongbo's younger daughter is Lang Xingyao. His younger daughter, Lang Xingyao, and her husband could not have children. Xingyao has husband. So in an attempt to create a suitable heir, he paid Kaijins to have their child implanted in his older daughter, who was unmarried. The cost for this was apparently 380,000 won, or just over 100,000 USD. Huh. Xingyao got IVF'd by Kaijins. I don't know if that's a red herring or if that's going to be important. Hard to say. Alright, can I Kaijins? Kaijins, pronounced Kaijins, was a medical company with operations in both the US and China. They made international news in 1994 after a whistleblower came forward. Apparently, their services were in some cases falsified. While they did often perform IVF, the whistleblower proved that a few of their customers paid for a very different service, an alibi. The company would claim they performed IVF on someone who was already pregnant to create a cover story for high-profile families who did not want to give up the child, but did not want the shame of an unmarried mother. Oh my god. The whistleblower claimed that they had helped do this at least 6 times, but only provided proof of one case, the daughter of an American politician who is unrelated to your investigation. Kaijins shut down soon after, and both founders have reportedly fled to Lebanon, where there is no extradition to either China or the US. IVF might be a cover-up for a already existing pregnancy. Fucking hell. Kaijins company was mentioned once in an article you already read about the head of Lang Tai, but then again later in 1994 there's a long article that spells out a huge controversy. It seems that a whistleblower came forward to the United States government, blah blah blah, China, blah blah blah. A partnership involving American and Chinese medical specialists who then built their medical facilities in the United States. The article mentions whistleblower's claims. Kaijins will sometimes claim that they performed IVF when they did not. This would often be used as an excuse for an otherwise unexplainable pregnancy. They'd fly their clients to America, where they would stay for an extended period of time, then return to China with news of a successful IVF pregnancy. The whistleblower apparently presented the Department of Health and Human Services with credible evidence. At the time of the article, it was still an ongoing investigation, but Business Watch speculated, after copies of the proof were linked to various media sources, that they couldn't imagine a world in which the company would be allowed to continue operations without facing serious legal or financial consequences. Okay. Kaijins is a company that was in the news when a whistleblower came forward to say that they would often claim to perform IVF, but were just accepting bribes to forge paperwork. Newstime did have a few articles about it during the height of the scandal. They produced a hypothetical timeline of how a client would use the company. Generally, celebrities or other powerful people who found out they were unexpectedly pregnant would declare that they were going to use the service as soon as possible. During the final week of pregnancy, the client would travel to Kaijins' facility in either China or the United States. Usually it was the opposite of their home country so that they could maintain a lower profile. They would then give birth and be photographed with their newborns. During the recovery, they would stay on the premises for a few weeks to a month. This was equivalent to an extremely high-class spa. After these few weeks, the photos would be released and the birth would be announced as if it had just happened. This extra time out of the spotlight would allow the birth to appear to be over 9 months after the announcement that the celebrity was going to use the service. Huh. Well, this is a deep cut. I don't know how it's relevant to me yet, but that's a deep cut. I misspelled that. Piece of Asia is the American arm of Lang Thai, located in Pit. Located in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. According to their site, the Thai in Lang Thai translates to peaceful, so they chose their name in America to match. There are a lot of other companies listed here, too many to investigate, as very few of them seem to have any relevance. It seems Piece of Asia is nearly as accomplished as Lang Thai. They offer fabrics and clothes at wholesale prices. You don't spot anything out of the ordinary. The business is said to be owned by husband and wife Jerry and Linda Han. Their Chinese names are listed too, and from using an online translator, it seems that Jerry is Huan Junwei and Linda is Lang Jinyao. Alright. Piece of Asia is located in Pennsylvania. Run by husband and wife, Jerry and Linda Han. Names Han Junwei and Lang Zinyo. Probably not related. Okay. Lang Zinyo is mentioned very briefly in an article about in vitro fertilization in 1979. The article details that new at the time medical industry in vitro fertilization was brand new, barely a year old. After the first successful IVF birth in 1978, it seemed the industry began to grow, and a featured article about different companies all over the world and the cost that they could charge for the services was in Business Watch. This included a few cases of high-profile customers willing to pay a premium. Apparently, at the time, the CEO of Lang Thai was Lang Hongbo, and his youngest daughter, Lady Jinyao, and her husband could not have children, so in an attempt to create a suitable heir, he paid key genes to have their child implanted in his older daughter. Yeah. Piece of Asia. Piece of Asia has its headquarters in Butler County. It is listed occasionally under many different contexts, as many local businesses are. Nothing seems important except the first mention from 1981. The newspaper chronicles that Jerry Han has traveled from China to open the company, which is connected to a much larger company overseas called Lang Thai that has connections to Roottreemania. It's not a factory, it simply imports and distributes Lang Thai's products. It also mentions that Jerry is the son-in-law of the current leader of Lang Thai. As someone close to the family who learned English in school, he naturally raised through the ranks as they expanded their reach to America. Although Jerry's wife, Linda, doesn't speak English at all, she is currently taking classes and is teaching her at home. He says she has always been a fast learner, and he hopes that she'll be at least conversational by the time she gives birth. According to the article, this was not the first time they were in Butler. They visited in the late 70s with the rest of the leadership of Lang Tai when trying to court the Roottrees. It seems the first trip wasn't covered by the newspaper. Dude, they gotta give me something, man. Alright. Trip during the late 70s to Roottreemania. Tranquils. Seems Tranquils is a play on tranquil and quilts. The name is ironic considering they're the loudest quilts you've ever seen. The main quilt featured on their website is a flaming unicorn soaring for space with peace symbols all around it. Although they were listed on the website for Lang Tai Textile Company, they don't seem to have much of a connection. It appears that they import cloth. Yeah, let's check the periodicals. Alright. Lang Tai Textile Corporation. Okay. Okay. Generally, you're playing on you. You're Lang's in you. Lang is in you in China. The family name comes first, so Lang is her last name. Is a businesswoman currently running the Lang Tai Textile Company. Run by Lang is in you. She was recently listed in an article on a website written by and for women. The article, entitled Empowered, is about the recent rise of women entrepreneurs in China. The article states that due to her lack of brothers, she has a younger sister. Liang Zhu took over as CEO of her family's corporation in 1992 after her elderly uncle was deemed unfit to run the company due to mental deterioration. This was apparently an extremely controversial move amongst the company's employees. Some of them, the article does not say how many, quit and wrote a letter stating that she must have coerced him in his vulnerable state. Since then, the company has been performing well. Her nephew, who is currently her second in command, is expected to take over when she retires. In the meantime, the board's stance has been a twist on a popular proverb. The article roughly translates it as someone that has proven they can do something well can do it 100 times well. A unproven leader could doom us all. This article also offhandedly mentions that Xing Yu was an early adopter of IVF and helped her sister have a child. There is an unsourced picture of Xing Yu in the article. It says this from 1992 when she took over. She was 45 at the time. It has been added to your evidence. Okay. Photos Lang Xing Yu from a recent article about the growth of female entrepreneurs in China. She runs a business with many textile factories, some manufacture packaging for American products. Alright, well that's Lang Xing Yu. Early adopter of IVF? Does that mean she used the shit? Question marks. Searching for Lang Xing Yu separately brings up much fewer results than Lang Tai. Lang Xing Yu was even featured in Business Watch in 1992. She missed out on Watchman of the Year, but did have a pretty sizable article that mentions some of her history. She was born in 1947, the first of 2 children. Huh. Her mother was apparently already born 1947, first of 2 children. Her mother was already in her 30s when she had her and had trouble conceiving a second time until 3 years later. This is Xing Yu's sister. It became clear that her father was not going to have a son to pass the family business down to. This is how Xing Yu became involved. Her father stayed the president of Lang Tai for a very long time, and as daughters grew up, he began training them in hopes that one of them would have a son who could take over. One helped him in China, Xing Yu, and the other in the USA. Neither were given any official titles. When he died, due to societal dynamics, the business passed to his male sibling and younger brother. Many in the know knew that this could be a problem. His brother, Xing Yu's uncle, was not a businessman, was not much younger than his brother. During this time, Xing Yu essentially ran the company as her uncle's consultant. He began to have problems related to dementia, and Xing Yu, who had already been running things behind the scenes, performed somewhat of a power play. She stopped working until the results of her absence began to cause problems. Only then did they admit they needed her. That's girl bossing. That is girl bossing. Okay. IVF, or in vitro fertilization, is a medical procedure that allows a woman to give birth to a child that was initially created in a laboratory. Sometimes it's referred to as a test tube baby in popular culture. A woman does not necessarily need to give birth to a child developed from her own genetics. Sometimes, for example, a baby from an egg donor could be used. Other times, a woman could act as a surrogate mother for another woman who is unable to carry a child herself. If it does come up for the purposes of your family tree, an IVF child from a surrogate mother will be marked as belonging to their genetic parents, and the surrogate who gave birth will not necessarily appear on the chart unless she is also a part of the family. Bro, I do not understand that paragraph. That said, be sure to investigate these situations very carefully. They can often be tricky or misleading. Bro, I'm already, like, grasping at straws for information. Ay, ay, ay. Did anything come up if I just search Roottreemania everywhere? Huh. Alright. I gotta go to bed. Blah 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 blah. Tristan Roberts. Blah 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 blah. Information. Blah 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 blah. Pokemon. Blah 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 blah. You here. Boom. 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 Alright, I'm just trying to see if I can get some actual information quick and dirty before I have to read. I'm not searching Pokemon. Man, I could not get any information tonight, dude. Fucking hell. I'm grasping at damn straws. I still don't, like, have anything on you. You're not solved. I don't have your last name, and I don't have a picture of you. How's there 8 from Piketty? There's barely anything here. Alright, well, I'm gonna call it there for the night. Next time I look into Roottreemania, France more. Apparently I need to go fucking fishing with the bass. Alright. Thanks for watching. Have a good night.